I need to share with you, Mrs. Abelgore notified me she would be late this evening, but she will be joining us. And Sam May is working on Tuesday right at this time. So Jean did reach out to him, and I know she plans on talking to him again. Would someone move item 1.02?
Move it. Second.
Discussion. I would like to note that this is where I would like to say that item number 6.09 has a typo. It reads 1150, which should be corrected to 1180. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor? Mrs. Perry, I'm a yes.
Okay. Mr. DiGiorno?
Yes.
Mrs. Lyons?
Yes.
Mr. Crandall?
Yes.
Mrs. Cooper?
Yes.
Mr. Cordone?
Yes.
This brings us to the point where I welcome everyone, if you are viewing, and would remind you that in lieu of public forum, if you have a question or comment for the board, you are welcome to email us at clerk@fulton.cnyric.org or go to our new website under Board of Education Questions and Inquiries, and you can click on that and contact us. Item number 1.04, would someone move it?
Move it.
Second.
Is there discussion? Mrs. Perry, I'm a yes.
Mr. DiGiorno?
Yes.
Mrs. Lyons?
Yes.
Mr. Crandall?
Yes.
Mrs. Cooper?
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Cordone? Thank you.
Item 1.05,
Move it.
Second.
discussion. Mrs. Perry, I'm a yes.
Mr. DiGiorno?
Yes.
Mrs. Lyons?
Yes.
Mr. Crandall?
Yes.
Mrs. Cooper?
Yes.
Excuse me, Mr. Cordone?
Yes.
Item 1.06,
Move it.
Second.
discussion. Mrs. Perry, I'm a yes.
Mr. DiGiorno?
Yes.
Mrs. Lyons?
Yes.
Mr. Crandall?
Yes.
Mrs. Cooper?
Yes.
Mr. Cordone?
Yes.
This brings us to the president's report. And we have meetings listed for September 8th and September 22nd. And then under the convention, I hope you've all received the information on the updated convention. And I'm hoping that you can indicate to Mrs. Perry very soon what your intent is regarding the convention, which is online this year. And if you have any questions, I would try to answer them. If not, I'll move on.
I have a question about the meetings. Are we
Yeah.
going to do them in person? How are we going to do our meetings?
Oh, our meetings.
Yes.
At this point in time, unless the governor expands the ability to do virtual, we will be doing them in person. That the virtual meetings was in play until September 4th.
Have we decided where we're going to do those?
Mr. Polvino.
My recommendation would be we probably look at GRB in the auditorium. The reason why I recommend that is we have the new high-powered, better camera system in there. I'd work with Mr. Lisi on that, and we can also do the social distancing up on the stage. And the way that camera works, even from where it is in the back of the room, we can zoom in and we can get close-ups. We can also get a nice of the group as well. My question for Mr. Lisi would just be, we'd have to work on the sound system in there, because everybody using their same microphone, obviously what happens is you get the feedback, and that's when you have some issues on Google Meet type of meetings. Is there anything you'd add to that, Mr. Lisi? That would be my recommendation.
No, we'll be testing. We'll make it work.
My question is the governor, while the expectation that we're going to contact Trace, so anyone present needing to fill out a questionnaire, and then is their temperature taking also involved with anyone present? What
Yeah, well-
what protocol do we have to follow to be consistent with what we're doing during the day for anything at school? Because I think it should have to apply to this, to the board meeting as well.
Sure. We would follow the same steps we would for anybody entering the building, which is we have a sheet that they would fill out as they enter, which has got the how many questions it is now? 4 questions now that they go through. And then we also have infrared temperature that's taken as well. And if you have all no's, you get to enter the building.
And I'm just wondering, like, if that is the case, then the public should know the protocol we're following for the board meeting too, so they're not surprised if we wind up in that place.
What we would do is we could add that to the website if we were going to be in person, if the governor doesn't change things. What we could do is we'll add that to the website as well, so there are no surprises, and we can also that'll be actually posted at the entrance where they'd enter.
Now, my other question is that I am taking care of 2 elderly people, and I have a concern about going into public places right at this point. So I don't know if there's accommodations.
I know the city board has allowed the option for those that are able to be present, and those that need to be virtual to kind of continue this format and be present as well, so they're not counted as absent. I don't know.
Correct.
If that follows with any guidance you may have received.
Right, but this is only good until September 4th, and we see what the governor does. September 4th, he allowed this option up until September 4th. And on September, I hope either before or by September 4th, we will have direction from the governor what we may be able to do.
Can we ask our attorneys to kind of just confirm that for Lynn? Because, I know that we've had board members that have had injury, no names mentioned.
Right, no, we did, and our attorneys advised us we couldn't.
Really,
Right.
I'm surprised.
Is this different?
When I was in my NISBA training, they said that although it gets a little picky, and this was pre-COVID, that
Right.
as long as the person's face is visible, is like a FaceTime, that was acceptable for a board meeting. They couldn't necessarily phone in, and this was almost 3 years ago now. That was what they said at that time. They wouldn't recommend it at the time, but this was pre-COVID, but it was allowable then.
Our attorney said it is allowable if your face is showing and you are in a public place where people can go to where you are at.
But under the circumstances being with the COVID,
Correct.
I'm not quite sure that would apply.
Correct.
Yeah.
So I think, again, we're operating under the governor's current allowances, and so I think that we have to wait to see what he says, and then we could reach out and ask for guidance, depending on what the direction is at that time.
Okay, good. Thank you.
And you said, Robin, that's September 4th?
I believe it's September 4th. So right now we're planning on meeting in person unless otherwise given permission by the governor to do something different.
And you want me to follow through with the attorney with respect to the accommodations that Ms. Lyons was asking about?
Well, I think we have to wait for the governor to see what he says, to see what the question is, depending on what happens. If nothing happens, then we can ask again if there is such an accommodation, but.
Got it.
Okay. Anything else with upcoming meetings? I want to take a moment to remind everyone and anyone that is viewing, if you have not completed your census, this is my strong encouragement on behalf of our board and our community in general to please fill out your census. Please encourage everyone that you speak to make sure they've done their census form. It is extremely critical to how our district, how our communities fare when the government is dividing up government financial support for various items. So please fill out your census. It doesn't take long. It's really quite painless. It's very simple online. If you have not done it online, I'm told that people will be reaching out to you to try to have you fill it out. And last but not least, tonight, it gives me great pleasure to take a moment and ask my colleagues to take a moment to celebrate Darlene Upcraft, a board member from Mexico School District, who's been a board member since 1996. She was recently recognized by the Central New York School Boards Association. She is the Oswego County School Board Member of the Year. And sadly, we couldn't gather together as a group to give her the accolades that she deserves. Darlene has served on her Mexico School Board. She serves on the City School Board. She has served and continues to serve on the Oswego County School Board Association. And she just recently finished up a couple of terms or maybe more on the Central New York School Board Association. She's also earned her Lifetime Achievement Award through NYSBA. And Darlene is a great gal and very committed to education and the young people in Oswego County. So kudos to Darlene for a well-deserved recognition. And David, I hope you can carry that message back to her from the Fulton Board. I did send out a brief email today on our behalf congratulating her. It's not the same as the dinner where she would have been recognized with the others from our Central New York region, but it's the best we can do.
And the Oswego County School Board made the decision
Yes.
to make sure that we recognized her this year and not double up next year because, you know, we wanted to give her her due. And I would just only also say that she's very active with NYSBA. I know you did a great overview of her work, Robin, and her commitment, but she's very an advocate with NYSBA as well. And I know I've worked with her on a few instances there and gotten to know her through City. So I'm very pleased to see that she's being recognized.
I am too. I've known Darlene for years, and she's really a wonderful person. All right, with that, I'm going to turn it over to you, Mr. Polvino.
Thank you. Well, good evening, everyone. Hard to believe we're at our second meeting in August already, but here we are. So time sure flies. So a couple things. We'll get started with the school readiness. Visitations are, believe it or not, next week. September 1st at 5 p.m. we will start at Volney. Then we'll go to Lanigan and GRB. If you could just let Jean know, so if we'll know you're coming. If everybody comes, we'll know when everybody's there. I just want to make sure as soon as we know that everybody's there, we'll move forward. We'll try to limit the number of people there as far as on staff. So we were talking about that, just trying to minimize the number of staff that we're contributing to. All 7, obviously, all welcome. And we will make sure and we'll practice social distancing, wearing of the masks and such. We'll also show you just how we would be checking into the buildings, things like that, so you can actually experience that as well. So yeah, many of you, if you've been to doctor's office, you've already gone through that process, but I think it's important that you see how we're going to be doing that as well. So we'll be doing Volney, Lanigan, GRB on Tuesday night, meet at Volney at 5, and then on September 2nd, we'll start with the Fulton Junior High School, then Granby, Fairgrave, and then Erie Street. And we'll meet at Fulton Junior High at 5 p.m. Any questions on that? If you could just let Jean know, that would be great. Next on our agenda is the reopening update, and I'm going to do the best I can to drive here. Let's see if I can do this here. If it'll let me here, present now, and your entire screen, and click there, then there, maybe, come on, there we go. And then I'm going to pop on the remote learning, and then I'm going to go to slide, and we're going to go not there. We're going to go to view. Let's see, present. We'll see if I can do this. Remember that I can't see anybody, so if you can let me know if you have any questions. Just a very short update tonight. We do plan on September 8th really going through all the assurances, just to kind of high level through each of the sections. So those are the health and safety, nutrition, transportation, just hitting all those musts, just so you know where we have and what we have. We'll have those all packaged together there. So just a good place to kind of, as we enter the school year, to be able to be nice and tight as we embark with our staff and our students. Staff will actually be in on the 2nd, And then on the 8th and the 9th, we will be doing professional development and working with our staffs, preparing. And then Thursday and Friday, we get rolling later that week with our kids. So it's hard to believe. There's a lot going on around us and across the state and across the country. So I just wanted some of the updates that have gone on. There's the updated hybrid schedule, includes 2 days of a week in-person instruction at GRB. That's now in the plan on the web. Updated UPK details with respect to locations and hours are on there. Technology updates, devices. I believe last weekend, I think, Mr. Lisi, did you indicate we had about 150 distributed this past Saturday?
We're out after tonight. After tonight, we're out around 400.
Well, tonight must have been a great night.
Very busy night.
Great news.
Yep.
And then Google Classroom information as well. Anything you want to add on that, Mr. Lisi?
No, just that we'll be providing professional development for standardization in Google Classroom.
All right. And then if you, on the website, when you click on the plan, you can go to Appendix A, which is the hybrid student schedule samples. The Appendix B, the mass break guidelines are on there, and the reopening work groups and the dates. That one we have to update consistently, but the mass break guidelines are on there. Also, the work groups in progress this week, our elementary curriculum council, our secondary curriculum council, they've been working on the guidelines for consistency in Google Classroom design and expectations. They've been working on communication of learning outcomes to students and families, identifying quality asynchronous instructional experiences and defining how that's going to happen. The family engagement task force, which is obviously, you know, right out of our strategic coherence plan, they're working on welcome back protocols and virtual open house. And any of my team can chime in if there's anything you want to add to that, but I know we're working on those. Professional Development Committee, I could hear through the wall this morning. We're having lively conversation when I heard Ms. Connors next door, and they were working for our planning for the 2nd, the 8th, and the 9th. Our APPR, or annual professional performance review, or the review process. We have to review that as part of that to really look at, in the COVID environment, how that will work, any adjustments. So we're working with the unions on that. The substitute teacher, developing a training outline, and then the school cultural committee, which I can't see at the bottom because I need to hide this so I can see. The social wellness, the school cultural committee, PBIS committee, or formerly known as the social emotional wellness for students and staff. And then I'm going to ask Ms. Geithner, this is a request from the Board of Education. At the last meeting, you had asked for an update with respect to accommodations and leave. Ms. Geithner, if you would, do you need me to take this down, or is that okay staying on the screen, Ms. Geithner?
It's perfectly fine staying right there.
All right, thank you.
So just to give you an overview of the process that we have been following for our staff, we sent a memo communication to all of our staff members on July 31st, asking them to reach out to my office to arrange conversations with me if they felt there was a circumstance that would prevent their return to work under the COVID pandemic circumstances that we have and for in-person learning. So through that process, I've been having individual meetings with staff members, and we have been discussing the rights that they have and the responsibilities that we have as an employer under the Americans with Disabilities Act, the Enhanced Family Medical Leave Act, the Emergency Paid Sick Leave Act, and of course, our collective bargaining unit agreements. So the Enhanced Family Medical Leave Act and the Emergency Paid Sick Leave Act are COVID specific, and they were part of the Federal Families First Coronavirus Response Act. So they went into effect in April, and they actually expire unless they are extended by Congress on December 31st. So just to run through the brief overview of each of those areas, the Americans with Disabilities Act is to help us determine appropriate accommodations for individuals who have a medical status or a health condition that might require some accommodation in the workplace in order for them to meet their work responsibilities. And so that process, again, is very individualized. We have a conversation with the individual staff member. They present their concerns pertaining to their health and a request for specific accommodations. And there's a wide range of those. It could be specific types of PPE up and through and including remote only work when we're talking about the COVID specific accommodations. And so
Jerry, do we have a board policy that coincides with to kind of outlay a process for requests for special accommodation?
Well, it's governed by the federal law, and we do have a policy pertaining to the Americans with Disabilities Act and non-discrimination. So
we do have a board policy that we're also following. I mean,
yes.
It's in compliance with the.
It's in compliance with the law. Yes. So that process has to be interactive in nature, and so we go back and forth in that conversation to talk about what will best meet the needs of the individual, and the accommodations have to be reasonable. In that they cannot create an undue burden on the district as far as a financial burden or a substantial interruption of the services that we provide. So that is in a nutshell how we are handling the requests under the Americans with Disabilities Act. Under Enhanced Family Medical Leave and the Emergency Paid Sick Leave Act, those are very COVID specific. So for the Emergency Paid Sick Leave Act, that covers if an individual, him or herself, has COVID and needs to quarantine, that is paid leave during that quarantine period at their full pay without having to use any accrued compensated time off. So that's separate from their typical sick leave. That also covers.
Is that separate from workman's comp? Just so we're all clear that that's a separate pot of money?
Correct.
Is that full pay or is that at 2/3 of their pay?
So for the first 2 weeks, 10 days, it's full pay.
Okay.
Okay. So that's for a COVID diagnosis and a mandatory quarantine, because the federal legislation is also supplemented by the state provisions. So for the first 10 days, that is paid leave at full pay if you yourself have COVID or there is a mandatory quarantine order. And then it is at 2/3 pay, as you just pointed out, Fallon, if you are caring for a family member who is quarantined or have COVID. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Jerry,
and then,
does workman's comp apply if a staff member contracts the virus while at work?
we are working with our provider and our legal counsel about the specific parameters of that. We have not encountered that issue and haven't had to navigate that yet, but we have received some guidance, and I can come back to you with more specific details about that.
Thanks.
So going back to enhanced family medical leave. So if an individual has a child whose school or daycare is closed as a result of COVID, they can take up to 12 weeks of leave at 2/3 of their pay, up to $200 per day. So that's in a circumstance, again, if childcare is closed or schools are closed due to COVID. And then finally, under our collective bargaining agreements, we're working through other types of leave that apply in each of those bargaining agreements pertaining to family leave, personal illness, and child rearing leave. Each individual conversation is very unique to the needs of that employee, and also very unique depending on the bargaining unit agreement, which applies to him or her. And we have had 30 inquiries regarding accommodation or leave. 25 of those have been resolved. 5 of those are still pending additional documentation. We have granted several requests for remote work based on person's health status, as well as child rearing leaves, because employees haven't met those criteria under the Enhanced Family Medical Leave Act.
Jerry, are you able to share how they've been resolved, the 25, just to kind of give us a sense? I mean, without compromising any confidentiality. I mean, is it to have those folks working remotely because their job will allow them to? Or when you say resolved, what does that mean?
So there are 11 circumstances in which we have provided some form of accommodation, again, ranging from specific request for a type of PPE that would be required up and through remote work from home. And then there have been an additional 9 leaves granted under either a combination of enhanced family medical leave, emergency paid sick leave, or collective bargaining leave.
Are there any situations where a staff member's job description would not allow us to be able to make an accommodation? And then what's the alternative in those situations?
So when there's a circumstance, for example, and I'll just use remote work from home as an example. If an employee requested remote work from home, but their job was not possible to do from home, and immediately what comes to mind is a bus driver or a custodian, the process is that we then come back with a counter proposal. What can we do to accommodate for whatever limitations are caused by that health condition? And that process really is a collaborative one with the employee and his or her medical provider to determine what range of accommodations we can provide.
But we are doing our best to try to provide an avenue where their accommodation can be met.
Absolutely. In accordance with all of the provisions of the law and our collective bargaining agreements. Absolutely.
Jerry, are we doing anything for prior to school being in session? What if we have employees that are traveling within to states that have the travel ban? Are we? I mean, I'm just thinking if somebody's traveling and they need to work remotely, or if are we aware of any travel and that's being an issue with the district at all?
We are approaching that again on a case-by-case basis. There are provisions, as you are aware, that require a quarantine for up to 14 days to travel to specific places. If that travel was necessary, we're working with those individual employees. If they can work remotely, then we are accommodating that. And if not, then we are working on an individual case-by-case basis to come up with a solution to that.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is there any other question or any more information, Jerry? I can't see anybody. I'm just looking at my PowerPoint. So
no, I gave it. Those 4 bullet points. I believe I've covered. Unless there are any other questions, then I am done.
Great. All righty. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Went the wrong way here. Next one, you also had asked just for an overview of our school nutrition program was the other question that had come up. There you'll see the tentative schedule. Right now, the K-6, and each one you'll see 8:30 to 9 breakfast distributions, remote learning, meal pickups. We're still tying in the times that'll happen at each of the schools. And then the school lunches occur between 11 and 1. Those will occur in the classrooms. 7th and 8th grade meal schedule will see as follows. Same type of thing, breakfast, distribution, then remote learning going on will be learning meal pickup. And then school lunch, as you can see, is scheduled there as well. And then 9th to 12th grade, 7:30 to 8:15, meal pickup available at GRB. And then 11th to 12th, Bell 4, 9th and 10th, Bell 5. So that's the schedule right now. So anybody, and we're looking at, again, we'll be looking at, just like we did in the spring, making sure that if there's a situation where children aren't able to get to the food, we'll figure out ways and determine ways to ensure that all of our students have access to meals if they so desire.
And
Brian, go ahead.
Brian, I was wondering if I just want to take a moment to point out that it's K-6, because that's a change from where we were at when we ended in the spring. Yeah,
that's a great point. Robin is talking about the fact that in the spring, they actually extended our ability to provide free breakfast lunches to children all the way to age 1. Right now, the provisions, when I was speaking to Ms. Warwick, our director of nutrition, she indicates that right now we're waiting on a number of different waivers. That is not one of the ones from the waivers. Right now, the indication is that it is school age enrolled students only.
Brian, are there any districts I'm wondering about, are Mondays where the staff that are working, used to working 5 days a week, they're not our employees, but maybe they're Golden Sons, but those that are used to working 5 days, and by reducing the student attendance, the student presence days in buildings to 4, does that automatically cause a 20% reduction in the hours that employees like bus drivers have? And then if not, how are they utilizing those individuals? Is that anything we're kind of involved with to help Golden Sun?
Right now, I can speak to one, obviously we've got hourly employees that work for us. Obviously, we're going to be maximizing and working with each of the bargaining units and looking to see how can we maximize their use. For example, obviously, one of the things we're working on is making sure that our buildings are at the highest level of cleanliness and disinfection and the cleanings going on. So obviously there are opportunities to do that. There may be other things that we need to do. We may also look at how we may be having to look at meal distribution depending on those families that are remote learning. We, in this summer or this spring, for example, we did 5 days. We would do 5 days of meals. I can't remember if it was Fridays or Mondays, but we would deliver the 5 days of meals at a time. So there's a number of different things that we would do to work with them. Obviously, with all of the different ramifications, and it's a great question that you bring up. Obviously, I'd be remiss if I didn't bring up that we're starting to look at 20% reductions at the state level. The governor was very open and honest, and we were very open and honest throughout the course of the spring during the budget process. And we're watching that very closely. We, I think at the last meeting mentioned that universal pre-K monies were down approximately 20% in that grant opportunity. And then we're also looking at in our excess cost aid, we saw that as well. Next bulk of payments comes in mid-September, and in consultation, I checked with our district superintendent today through our city BOCES, and really we're starting to really be very cognizant of that and being aware, and we are very much hoping. I am participating, and I can't remember the date. I believe it's September 2nd, because the invitation just came in right before this meeting from Catco's office to be on a live web exchange with him on the 2nd, and I plan to participate in that and be very reassuring how important that the federal stimulus bill is to the schools, not only in New York State but across the country. But I'm particularly worried about New York State and the fact that we're facing a $14 billion challenge, which I've been also sharing with the board. And this is all school districts in the state of New York. But again, the governor's doing what he needs to do to make sure that we stay strong as a state, and recognizing the fact that this is a huge problem for our state, and hopefully the right decisions can be made to ensure that our kids get everything that they need.
Are there from the initial federal funding that will package that will apply in this situation? That I know we're forward looking, but are there already funds that we can rely on for this COVID related situation that if we're forced to document, we can justify?
Yeah, what happens is obviously for the CARES money, and if you recall what the way it was set up was when the original state aid runs came out, we had approximately a little over a 2.5% increase. When the final runs came out on April 1st, there was $1 billion, $1.03 billion was reduced, and then the pandemic, we're calling it pandemic effect is what it was called, and then the federal CARES money was placed back in at the same amount, $1.03 billion. And so when we began this fiscal school year, we were evenly funded. If you remember that we reduced $2.2 million, just over that, to balance our budget. We used no funds out of reserves nor fund balance. We worked with our tax cap. Thank you to our community for supporting us in that endeavor. Those were all great decisions. So the federal CARES requires that we have certain documentations. I know that, Ms. Connors and her team worked on that along with Ms. Nichols. If you want to add anything to that, but in there, we have to be able to document how we drove those back to CARES monies. We have to remember that that money was used to make our districts whole and keep our districts at the funding that they had the year before. So obviously it's part of the dollars. And then obviously we're making sure and monitoring very closely all the dollars that we're spending and keeping a very close eye on the revenues that are coming into our district through our state aid revenues. And our state aid revenues are approximately $50 million when you take all those categorical pieces together.
So Brian, is it fair to say, for the benefit of people who aren't embroiled in our finances, that any loss in revenue now is not covered under the CARES Act covered it's covering part of it, but any additional, this 20% isn't really covered under the previous dollars.
Correct. Well, I'm trying to get back to you. I've now completely lost where everybody is. 1 second. I find it really hard to try to participate and not be able to see it.
And I'm trying to think of a better way to say, I didn't state that very clearly, but the CARES money has helped us at the beginning of the school year, but now that we are realizing the 20% now that it's come to fruition, it is a 20% loss to us, and that there's nothing there to cover that unless another bill is passed.
So the best way the way I look at it is when the original state aid runs came out in January, we had X amount of dollars that was given to allocated to the Fulton City School District. When April 1st, COVID occurred February into March. And then when the runs came out on April 1st, they indicated that the governor, we had received $1.03 billion to the state of New York through the, and what happened was $1.03 billion was taken out of the state aid runs and called a pandemic effect. And then there was an addition of $1.03 billion back in. And so we really ended up flat funded from the state level for the year. That's the best way to describe it. We were flat funded. So our revenues from the state of New York, and Kathy, chime in if I'm saying anything wrong, is that we were identical to 1920 is identical to 2021 as far as I think it was $3,000 difference in the end. And of course, there are different things that, BOCES age change, things like that, because that's based on actual expenditures, right, Kathy? I'm just nod to let me know I'm saying that right. Yep. Okay. So that's how that works. So really supplanted. That wasn't put in place to address COVID per se and all the materials. It was meant to rebalance us back to zero again. And, our district, we made some pretty significant impactful reductions to get us to a balanced budget. We also, and I think it's important to recognize that the support of our tax cap, coupled with the fact that we didn't take anything out of our reserves or fund balances, resulted in us being as strong as possible. And we did that 2 years in a row to be as strong as possible at the local level. But the issue is, when you are funded at $50 million out of your $73.777 million budget, that means we're heavy state aid. And so any impacts, and obviously one of the things we're watching is 20% in the Fulton City School District is very different than school X, and school X may only getting $3 million a year. And if you take 20% of 3 million, that's 600,000. If you take 20% of 50 million, that's 10 million. So doing 20% across districts isn't necessarily equitable, and high needs districts could be impacted. So obviously we're very aware of this. We're monitoring it, and we'll be obviously watching everything that comes in. But I think by mid to late September, we'll get a better idea of what's going on at the federal level. And then that will drive decision making that we're going to have to face here at the local level.
Brian, NYSBA has shared a statement, and it says that the Division of Budget has noted that the withholdings of the 20% are not actual cuts at this time, and that the withheld portion may still be sent to districts, but also stated that the withholdings can become permanent reductions if the federal government does not provide sufficient additional stimulus funding. And this follows aid withholdings that were applied to local governments and nonprofits earlier this past spring. So that's where it's at. It's a withholding that could very well be permanent if we don't get the second federal stimulus does not come through.
Yeah,
That is correct.
to your point, I know that I was on a call a few weeks ago with Senator Schumer with NISBA, and he was pushing the Sierra bill to provide additional funding. But today I was just looking where that is. That still has been introduced. It has not even passed the Senate or the House. It's not even close to being passed at this point. I mean, the bill is phenomenal. I'm not shortchanging the bill at all, but we don't even see that close to being in sight of any type of recovery at this time.
Was there any feedback, Brian, on our, separate from that, our request for the state to set aside or delay the transportation aid withholding or penalty?
So the initial was supposed to occur in June of 2020, so a couple of months ago, or 2 months ago. However, because ironically they didn't do their paperwork, that they moved it off 1 year. And so I'm feeling like they should get a penalty.
Right.
But anyway, we have actually not received any, and they had indicated there might be an adjustment in their number, that they felt that was a little higher because their number was wrong. And I also shared with them my point of view on that as well. And we still haven't received any correspondence from them, and I've chosen not to contact them to find out where our new form is, because to me that's on them. We have not been notified of any adjustment. Right now we are scheduled for our payment structure to start in June of 2021. And we do have a stimulus. I should say we do have. We're up to bat again. We do have another bill in for forgiveness is once again rolling through. This will be our I think it's our third one, but we're rolling again. So it's in there again, and I think we passed the Senate 100%. I think is what I saw. So we've passed every time by 100%. The only place we get is when it gets to the end of the line. So
I would mention that in your email you should find a notice from NISBA, an advocacy alert, and if you go down the page to Division of Budget statement at the very bottom, there's in blue call to action. If you would click on that and help out by having your voice heard. It's very simple process to let our representatives know what our concerns and needs are. So if you could do that this week, that would be very helpful.
Okay, and I'm sorry, Brian, can we go back to your last slide? I did have two questions on the nutrition program, and then we got...
You want me to put it up, Fallon, or I can put it back on the screen? Or do you want to just remember?
That would be great.
All right.
My brain doesn't work as well.
1 second.
Thank you.
I'm getting better and better at this.
You're a pro.
Yeah, not really. And then I'm trying to use these glasses for the first time, so I'm finding myself putting my head up in the air and everything else here. All righty. Can you see that good enough? Let me see if I can get it on to view.
That's good. That's good.
Okay.
The breakfast distribution in the morning, the 8:30 to 9. Will students be eating in the class, or how do we know how that's going to look?
Yeah, right now that they will be eating in the classroom. We will deliver to the classroom.
Okay, great. And then my other question was the remote learning meal pickup. And Mr. Cordone may have touched on this, but I just want to make sure I'm clear. Is that going to be a daily? Families are going to have to go daily to pick those meals up, or?
Yeah, right now we're working on that. We're trying to get some clarification. So, for example, if you're a Tuesday, Wednesday AA kid, right? AA student, right? So you're at the school on Tuesday and Wednesday. We're trying to find out and just get clarification. Could students take their meals home for what would that be? Thursday, Friday, and Monday. And we're looking at that. That's a possibility. So we're still exploring some different things in that realm. Obviously, some of our families may have difficulty getting back and forth to do that thing. So to pick up their food. So we're working on that right now. Or a family may want to come one day a week. We're working out some fine details with that with Terry, and I can get back to you. We'll clear that up well before school starts. It's just we're going to have the remotes, and then what we have to do is looking at the ability to do different things, because we're also serving all those meals inside. So we just need to make sure that we keep a balanced approach so we can meet the needs of everyone to the best of our ability.
Because I'm concerned with parents who do work during the day that they're not able to.
Yeah, and that's why we're exploring that. Yeah, because the bus seats, thinking about it, we'll have one student in a seat.
Right.
So and we've looked at different ways to carry things like larger paper bags, things like that.
Okay, that's it. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. And on the final, just some different communications. The welcome back letter to staff is going out tomorrow. All teaching staff are being contacted with their teaching assignments, so we were able to hit our goal. I wish we could have been a week ahead, but I think we took our time and did the right thing, making sure we confirmed who wanted the remote learning, and the numbers are looking right around where we thought they were going to be, so that was good. Informing students of their cohort groups as soon as possible. That's letting the students know their schedules and what they're going to be doing and their A days, B days, and such. That'll be coming out as soon as possible, and we're also making the attempt to coordinate those as much as possible. We met with our bargaining unit leaders. We had a meeting with the FTA. We've had daily meetings with our administrators, and then my favorite, and I had dragged my feet for a long time, but the daily videos, I'm actually kind of look forward to them each day. It's kind of gotten a little bit better each day. And we're going to start doing some more kinds of things. I'm thinking, something around masks and things like that. So we're going to start giving more information kinds of things for reference as we get closer here. So you brought me out of my comfort zone. Thank you. And hopefully the feedback we're getting is they're brief and they like those 1 to 2 minute snippets where I'm not talking too much. So let's see here. Alrighty, so I wonder who brought that up. So anyway, it's taking me out of my comfort zone. The biggest thing is, trying to keep it brief and targeted, and some of the feedback we're getting is it's greatly appreciated. So we will continue to use that mode, not only as we get started, but throughout the course of the year. I think it's a modality we've learned a lot about. With that, I will go to, if there's no
Question.
Hi.
Hi. Are we going to let the aides and TAs know what they will be doing also?
Yes. Yeah, so I know that actually Ms. Geithner has been working with the different bargaining units, and I know we want to get things cleared up as quickly as we can for everybody. There's a lot of moving parts to this. I know she's been having some conversations because she's been talking with me. So just like we did with all the other bargaining units, as soon as we want to make sure we're accurate and that we can be, and then so we get the information out the first time and we're pretty much in the right ballpark and people are comfortable with that. Nothing worse than putting something out and then we make adjustments, and that can be rather frustrating.
It's been asked me also if they will have to attend the September 2nd.
Yep. I think that's our plan. I mean, I want to ask Jerry, is that the 2nd, or are we doing the 8th and the 9th with them actually, right?
Not the 2nd for aides, but we are going to communicate training, and I have talked to the bargaining unit leaders about that for the 8th and the 9th.
Thank you.
Yeah. And oftentimes, just to go along with that, oftentimes on our superintendent's conference days through the year, we often, unfortunately, aren't able to accommodate all those needs for our aides, and they don't participate. So this is actually adding 2 days of professional development for them and working with them and helping them with the different strategies, the procedures, the protocols, all of the things that their support is going to be essential for. So, alrighty, losing track here. Enrollment numbers, Ms. Connors.
All right, good evening. I'm going to just give you a quick overview of where we are with our numbers. So hold on 1 minute, because I am not as good as Mr. Palvino at this. Hold on. Well, I know it's there. 1 more minute. All right. All right. I'm trying one more time and it should be there. If it doesn't work this time, nobody else can do it for me because it's on my screen. All right. There it is. Got it. Sorry about that. All right. So what I'm going to take you through right now is a little slideshow of our numbers because I want to update you. And the reason you did not have this in updates is this is as hot off the press as it can get. So, okay. So in just going through numbers, we have had some changes since the last time that we were together. And here you can see our number of students for virtual selection and our students for in-person selection. Again, I want to remind you that when you look at totals, this is K-5 because we've moved 6th grade for COVID-19 to the middle level. And again, you've seen before when I had presented this to you, we had not yet called all families. We have now communicated or called and reached out to families. And even today we were getting some more families choosing to go virtual. Right here you can see our Granby numbers. Again, for those virtual and in person. And we ended up, Mr. Carroll, I think we said just before we came on, it was right around 27% total, which was what we were striving for, correct? Here's our landing.
We're
Go ahead.
just about 30, between 27 and 30% from grade to grade.
Thank you. So that was, if you remember, that was our target. So we were able to reach that target. So here's our Lanigan numbers again. And our principals have been working diligently, as Mr. Palvino said, to assign our staff so that we have staff that will be in person and staff that will be conducting the virtual instruction. And here is Valney. We've also had a number of students who have been exiting our district and moving. We have currently, I have 52 students to place. Again, those are K-12. They don't all have all of their paperwork in yet. So that's part of what I'm waiting and working through with Diane Blazinski, our central registrar. But I do want you to know that there's a few more numbers out there. Here is our junior high, and again, what I want you to pay attention to is that this includes 6th grade, and for the in-person, you see the number in parentheses because that is the number that would be in person on a given day if we ran it straight half the number. So again, that will be manageable in this building, and again, you can see the virtual students here as well. And then at GRB as well, you can see that we had a little increase in our virtual numbers at GRB. And again, and you can also see what our numbers will be by going to the 2-day in person because that is not what we used originally when we presented you numbers. Okay. So K through 6, we have about 1,103 students that will be in person and 486 that will be virtual. 7 through 12, we have 346 that will be in person. You may remember, I'm sorry, that's not correct. 7, 8, it's 346 in person and 117 virtual. And then 9 through 12, it's 754 in person and 246 virtual. So our in-person total is 2,203 students will be in person in the Fulton City School District involved in a hybrid model, and our total virtual will be 849. What I do want you to know is that, I'm gonna stop sharing here, is that the only numbers that are not included in the numbers that I presented are our self-contained students. We're working through those right now and looking at some of our self-contained students have selected a virtual program and some have requested in person. So Mrs. Adams is working on that and with her team as we speak. So that is, Go ahead.
Are we seeing any trends like families exiting to go to private school, and we would know that from the records request? Are we seeing a trend there?
We are not. What I am seeing a little bump in is families requesting homeschooling. I have not yet pulled those numbers out because a family writes a letter of intent, but until I get a finished IHIP, which is the individualized form that is required, I do not take the student out of the numbers.
And then whether they are homeschooled or going to a private school, we don't get funding for them. Is that correct? The state aid doesn't come to us?
Kathy Nichols, so the question on the table is for state aid for our students who are homeschooled and state aid for our students in private schools, because the private schools are not within our district. So does the funding follow them? You're muted.
They're not counted in our enrollment, so we're not, it's not going to be part of our foundation aid.
So we lose aid.
Yes, we would lose the student count. We would lose enrollment.
The other piece is that under consolidated grants now, part of private schools are entitled to a portion of the per pupil allotment for students who receive free and reduced lunch. So we're right now working, before we can submit our consolidated grant, the private schools have to inform us as to whether or not they want the funding that could follow those students.
And that's when a family goes to private school, is it correct that our district is required to provide any special ed services and support services, and that's on us?
Correct. Kathy Adams will work with the school to figure out how we're going to best serve those students' IEP needs.
But I guess my point is for the board to understand that we lose them as a student, but yet we're still required to give them the special services. And that's an expense to us, even though they're not in our classroom. Our case managers and support service providers have to provide service.
Correct. All right. Anything else?
Yeah, just one more question with that, because I don't know. In a situation like that, and this is a question maybe for Kathy, do you get excess cost aid when a student is in a private setting and they require speech and OT or PT or anything else?
I guess it depends on the setting. I'm trying
Is
to think of any.
Is there like a flat rate that we pay, that we kind of lose, but anything beyond that we receive aid?
Regular excess cost aid for the high cost students, you have to be roughly, for us it's roughly above $38,000. We would receive about 82% on the excess above that threshold. Certainly students that are, we do pay other school districts if they have a parochial school in their district, then we have students from Fulton attending there. I'm thinking like CBA, we have to, what is it? Is that JD? Trying to remember. We have to pay them for health and welfare services. So there are different costs that go along with it. If it's a different kind of setting, like a residential setting or something, not a school district,
right?
There's different rules that come in place, and sometimes we don't even know the students there, and we just get a deduct from our aid because it's been a state placement.
But if it were like a Bishop Grimes or a Bishop Ludden or a CBA for, say, a resource level kid, a kid that's not high cost, but perhaps they need beyond a special ed teacher, speech, and something else, where is that line that we do get some compensation back?
I actually have not seen if we're not sending an OTPT or a speech person there, I haven't actually seen a charge for those. I think our responsibility falls more on managing the IEP versus actually seeing actual charges for it. But that's not to say that there aren't some, depending on the situation, it depends on who stacks the student. If it was I don't think we've stacked any children that are in any sort of, private school setting. Not to say that it may happen in other districts, in other situations. I just haven't run into it with us. So
I'm just wondering the impact of any of those scenarios with us, and you know what I mean, for us to understand as a board, any trends or, the implications of any profile of a student. Thank you for that, though.
Dave, you brought up some good points. And speaking of, cost to the districts, are we seeing any increase of families who are outside of the Fulton City School District who are choosing us because we are going 4 days, or teachers who have children in other districts that are now coming into the Fulton City School District? Or that I know we have like a tuition or a cost associated with that. Are we seeing an influx in that at all, or?
So I can answer that, Fallon. We have not seen an increase of our students when the board at the reorg meeting sets the tuition for the year. We have not seen an increase in our students paying full tuition. We have had a request for some staff to bring their own children from another district to our district. We have a board policy to follow about placing students based on whether we actually have seats available. So we're in discussion about that now, but as I informed you today, I have 52 students to place so that our taxpayers in Fulton. So obviously the first priority goes to those people who reside in our district.
Okay.
Okay. And that's policy.
Yep. No, I just didn't know.
Yeah.
How are we doing with McKinney-Vento students? I think last year we had a number on them. Do we know?
We right now working with Liz Tiffany on that right now. We'll come back with more information. We know our families from last year who may have continued in status. There is a lot of movement going on right now as we speak, even today. So in the next few weeks we'll know more and we'll be able to come back to you. Mr. Carroll will be able to come back to you on September 8th with additional information.
Okay, and then one more question. I was just looking at the 6th grade students who are going to be at the junior high. My question is, and I use this term loosely, is ownership. Like who's having ownership of these 6th graders? Who's going to be the counselors, the principals, the school psychologist? Will it still be who would be at their typical elementary school?
That's a great question, because we have said all along that they will remain with their identity to their Granby Gators and the Boundley Vikings and so on and so forth. But when we actually are dealing with day-to-day management of student needs, so if we have a behavior issue that arises that needs attention immediately, that's going to come from within the junior high, for the mere fact that we don't want our elementary principals leaving their buildings empty to come to the junior high. So we've had to relook at that. We've looked at something. The nurses obviously are here right now. We're working through what it will look like with counseling services and pieces like that, because at the elementary school, we don't have a counseling department per se. We have our school home liaisons. We have, some other things. So we're looking at exactly how that will unfold. It's going to be kind of a blended model.
To Fallon's point with that, though, with the counseling piece, for those kids that really kind of need those supports, is it our priority not to spread them to multiple people, so that if they run a hybrid model, they're going to meet with a counselor at the junior high, and then perhaps if we eventually find ourselves back in session full time, they're going to have to transition to a new counselor at the elementary building?
that's what we're, Dave, I'll come back with you with additional information on that because I don't want to give out misinformation because there's still some pieces that we are working through to prepare for the reopening. But also because our school home liaisons also share families. So there may be some emphasis on families as well that receive services. So we're looking at what will be the best way to service our students in this model.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Any other questions about numbers? All right, I have the next one too. You want me to keep going, Mr. P? Okay.
Go right ahead.
All right, so the next one is around UPK, and I just wanted to give you a little update on UPK. So on August 14th, we received a memo from State Ed, from Jason Breslin, who's my new BFF at State Ed, about UPK. And in there, what I want the board to know is I want to read you a little statement in there because we get, just so you know, we get $657,280 in UPK funding every year. We've gotten that for many, many years now, and we are in our 21st year of the program. So what it says is, please note the Division of Budget has approved the 2020-21 UPK allocations with the caveat that because of state revenue losses due to the COVID-19 pandemic, payments of these grant funds could be reduced by a minimum of 20% in the absence of sufficient federal support for the state. So again, this was released on August 14th. So much to the dismay of many parents in the community, we've really been looking at what is the best way to provide our UPK program. And knowing that we could look at a reduction of 20% of our allocation, and knowing that the board has always said that we can hold our UPK program as long as it does not have an impact on the general fund. So we've always run it through that program. We, in talking with Jason Breslin and going back and forth on this, we right now have 82 students enrolled in our UPK program at this second in time. In order to get funding, to get our base funding, we have to have 79 students. So we have enough students to get that base funding. We are going ahead and submitting our grant application for the full amount, because remember, I just stated with you, could be reduced. So we are going to write for the full amount, but we are going to fill classes as the need presents itself. So last year we had 9 classes. We are not starting out with 9 classes this year. We will build up and work with our providers as the need arises. That being said, the UPK programs will be in all of our elementary schools, but there will be no transportation. And to the people in the community listening, I know that's hard for some of our parents, but at this point, we cannot provide transportation. The program will run Tuesday through Fridays. There will be an AM session from 9 to 11:30. There will be a cleaning done of the rooms midday, and there will be an afternoon session from 12:30 to 3. Okay. Right now, we have offered a virtual component to this. We have about the equivalent of 2 classes worth of UPK students that want to be, their parents want them to be virtual. We were able to fund iPads for our UPK through grant monies left from last year. So we are looking at what would it look like to have a virtual program and an in-person program. So that's where we're at this time. We've lost some sleep over this one.
I may have missed it, but was this information shared with the board prior to the public forums?
We've shared some UPK. It's evolved, Dave, to where we are tonight.
I'm just saying that I had a parent approach me, and I know that my plate's been full, but I was kind of caught off guard. So I don't know if it was shared with us before the meetings, the recent meetings, but I totally missed it, and I was kind of not able to respond. And I didn't want to say that I didn't know when what it was shared with us, but I just kind of want to, put that out there.
Okay, I appreciate that, and that would be 110% on me. So because we did talk about the forms. One of the things that came out, there was a lot of information flowing at a very fast pace.
I know it.
And so when we received, to be honest with you, I had a meeting with all the providers on August 14th when I was so excited to hear the funding was coming, and then the memo followed that said with the 20% cut. And then, so it's kind of been a roller coaster ride. So, and that's why I really felt bad for our parents. And I wanted to clarify tonight with the board and with our families where we ended up.
And I agree with you. I mean, that's why I felt at a loss for able to respond.
I apologize.
After it, and I didn't know, what they were, I knew that they got information, but I just felt like I didn't have the background. So I appreciate it at least tonight.
Well, and I actually caught one of our providers off guard too. So I had to apologize for that as well.
And I know how full all of your plates are because I'm living it. So I'm not at all.
So, but that's the where we are. The grant will go in. Vicki and I'll have the grant in this Friday, and we'll go from there.
Betsy, the virtual UPK, will that still be something we have to hold attendance to? How does that work?
We will, Fallon. We will need to, at least there'll need to be some instruction occurring in the virtual setting because that impacts our funding.
Okay. Do we know if it has to be like a certain time? I'm wondering if like parents are working. I'm just not sure.
Absolutely. That's what we've been having discussion about too. Like what is appropriate time? How long? What should it look like? I want to go back to my kindergarten roots and sing and dance every day and be on the iPad, and read to kids. But I don't know what it's going to, I honestly can tell you right now, we are just identifying which classes would even be virtual and what will that look like.
Sure.
Because 18 little 3.5 and 4-year-olds and 4.5-year-olds running around an iPad will present some opportunities, I'm sure, for Mr. Carroll and Mrs. Witter. All right, thank you. You're muted, Brian.
Here we go. For the school resource officer at the Health and Safety Committee meeting last week, we discussed it. We're setting up a subcommittee, and I was talking with Ms. Perry. I'm not going to pull it up on the screen, but there's guidance from the state of New York with respect to the process that you follow for reevaluating or building your SRO program. And so we're following that guidance. Thank you to Ms. Griffin for pulling that up off the website. These new guidances, actually the proposed changes, came out in July of 2019. So we're going through that process. I indicate we were talking about membership with stakeholder input. So we're putting that together. And I'd like to get something out towards midweek tomorrow. Tomorrow's midweek to late this week, trying to get something set up as a next step. Because obviously this is an area where we'd like to get some movement, and we'll establish that subcommittee. And we need to gather information about the different approaches that you can take, whether it's through a local law enforcement, whether it's contracting with a personal or with a contract kind of company that does security, things like that, or a private type of vendor. So we really need to get some movement in this area, and we will, because there's a lot on our plates, but this is an area that I think is important for us to draw some closure to, and to make sure that we put together the best SRO package that we can and support package for our schools. So, any questions on that?
Brian, any idea what the timeline is for creating the committee?
That's where I'm at. By the end of the week, I'd like to get a tentative committee together and get invitations out for a meeting for next week.
You mean that you're going to identify membership, but leave it? How are you going to select?
So what we're doing is we're starting with the main committee, and then the main health and safety, because it falls under that domain. So there's a subcommittee from there, and if there are any areas that aren't covered, I believe we need to reach out in different areas, like a student. One of the ones that's interesting is they talk about, what I thought was very interesting, and I'm not sure where they get their list from, but the courts, prosecutors, defense counselor. I mean, there's things that I don't necessarily have access to. So I thought about talking and looking at seeing if we reach out to maybe perhaps our district attorney for some guidance with respect to that area. Is that Mr. Oakes? And so we may want to look in that, because there's 3 items on that list that are a little bit more difficult for us to reach out and find membership.
Are we going to invite board members to be on this subcommittee?
Yeah, there are 2. I believe there are. I have to look to see the list. I don't have it right in front of me, but there are the board members from the health and safety. I'm not sure who's participating. I know Ms. Griffin has expressed some interest. Obviously, if we ever exceed 3, we have to look at that becomes a quorum, and so we can't do that. So we have to have a minimum. We have to have a maximum of 3.
Is it Nick and Fallon and me that are on that committee?
From memory, I know Nick Fallon. I'm pretty sure that I don't remember the third. I know Nick and Fallon.
I know I'm on it as well. I think it's
then it's 3.
I don't. Is Nick on it? I can't.
I thought the last meeting that there was reference to Nick being on it, but I could be wrong.
That's correct.
He is.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Can we get a list of who's on what committee?
I just wrote that down, Lynn. Send it. I actually wrote that.
Thank you.
I actually wrote that down. Oh my goodness, that's funny. Yes, we'll get that out. But yeah, I would like to get the subcommittee started, because there's going to take some time to have to go through this process.
And Brian, is it something that we could, if we do hire somebody, is it possible we can get them so they live locally, more of a vested interest in the community, someone that the kids would see maybe in the store or on the streets, someone they would get used to? And, I think that's better than just putting a Syracuse retired police officer in the school who doesn't live here, who has no real vested interest in the community.
Yeah.
So that's a good question. Who's going to develop
the committee?
Good rapport with the students.
Dave, go ahead.
I think he's frozen.
Turn on the heat.
I would just like to add that we keep using the term SRO because that's what we had. But when you look at what the legislation was, it's about school security. And so there's also another option that needs to be discussed in the committee, which goes to the social emotional wellness, which offers greater security to a school building. So one of the options I hope that is discussed, I'm not saying it's the right option, but it is an option, and that would be someone with a mental health background that might also. So there's a lot to be talked about. It's not as simple as it was years ago, 21 years or however many years ago we embarked on this.
With the focus being community relations and prevention.
Yes.
Rather than yes, absolutely.
It's grown over the years. There's been a lot of growth in research, and so that again makes it important that we do this now, because things have changed a great deal from when we first started.
Yep. And to Tim's point, actually, one of the most important parts when you read any of the information is the ability to have relationships not only within the schools but throughout the community. It's actually identifies one of the most essential components, Tim. So that's obviously a very large part of this program. And obviously, the other part that goes along, as Robin said, is the social emotional trauma sensitive practices, restorative practices approach. That's essential and aligns perfectly with what we're trying to do here in the Fulton City School District. So those are essential elements when you look at all of the information here.
Okay.
So I'll work with Mr. Lisi, who's been heading up that committee, and we'll get the subcommittee. I need the list, and then we'll work and we'll start to expand that list and get a meeting on the agenda in the very near future. Okay. And then finally, I know it's not on the agenda, but I would be remiss because it's my opportunity. I've still got I have this is a tough one for me. It's just like it was when I started here 4 years ago. I knew I was inheriting 2 great partners in Mr. Greer and Miss Connors. What they failed to tell me was that they were going to leave at the same time. And so it's been an amazing run. When you come in to a district and you don't know who you've had, you've been working with a group of people for decades, in my case, and you have those strong relationships. One of the biggest things that you think about when you come in is, what are your partners going to be like? And what I found out was Tom was absolutely amazing. We've talked about the relationship that and all the things that he did for our district. And tonight it's Miss Connors, and Betsy's just been an amazing partner. She puts kids first no matter what, and it's the constant reminder. Does this make sense for kids, Brian? Does this make sense for kids? Does this make sense for our community? And talk about a center board. I talk about that with our strategic coherence plan. Well, the coherence and the consistency on this team, Betsy's a big part of. She's been my center board. She has been my confidant for the last 4 years, and she pushes me pretty good. And they often talk about take me by the tie and make me listen. Betsy took that on early on, and we were able to have some very open, very honest conversations. And every time it came back, she brought the history, but she also brought the passion for our kids. And, between Betsy and Jerry, or between Jerry and Dan, they've learned a lot at her tutelage along with Tom. And I'm already seeing that come out already. And that's been greatly appreciated. But Betsy, we're going to miss you. And we're probably going to tap into you for a little bit more in this transition. But you're doing amazing. You've done amazing things for this district. And I just watch you when we could go to football games or soccer games or those kinds of things, and the relationships. We talked about relationships with our security programs, but our relationships are the key to what we do here. You have absolutely second to none. I've never seen anything like it. You know everyone, and because of that, there's that sense of trust that our kids are first. So I don't know what else to say other than thank you, thank you, thank you. I couldn't have picked a better partner to transition into this job with, and I'm going to miss you. So with that, I'm going to turn it back to Ms. Griffin. Thank you.
Okay. Would someone move 01?
Move it.
Second.
Discussion? Mrs. Perry, I'm a yes.
Mrs. Lyons? Am I on?
Muted.
When you're muted.
Yes.
Thank you. Mrs. Cooper?
I'm a yes.
Mr. DeJalorme?
Yes.
Mr. Crandall?
Yes.
Mrs. Alvagore?
Yes.
And Mr. Cordone?
Yes.
Item 4.02, please.
Second.
Is this a roll call
Discussion?
vote?
Yes, yes. Discussion? And this is a roll call. Mrs. Perry, I am a yes.
Very good. Mrs. Lyons?
Yes.
Mrs. Cooper?
Yes.
Mr. DeJalorme?
Yes.
Mr. Crandall?
Yes.
Mrs. Alvagore?
Yes.
And Mr. Cordone?
Yes. And
Item
we're to sign what was in our backup, Jean, and mail it back to you.
Please. Actually, Dave, everybody, yeah, you got it in your package today.
Yes.
Perfect.
Item 4.03.
Move it.
Second.
Discussion? Mrs. Perry, I'm a yes.
Okay. Mrs. Lyons?
Yes.
Mrs. Cooper?
I'm a yes.
Mr. DeJalorme?
Yes.
Mr. Crandall?
Yes.
Mrs. Alvagore?
Yes.
And Mr. Cordone?
Yes.
Item 5.01.
Move it.
Second.
Discussion? Mrs. Perry, I'm a yes.
Mrs. Lyons?
Yes.
Mrs. Cooper?
Yes.
Mr. DeJalorme?
Yes.
Mr. Crandall?
Yes.
Mrs. Alvagore?
Yes.
And Mr. Cordone?
Yes.
I would like to offer up that if we could batch 6.01 through 6.08.
Yes.
Yes.
Would someone move those?
Move it.
Second.
Discussion? Mrs. Perry, I'm a yes.
Second.
Mrs. Lyons,
Yes.
Mrs. Cooper,
Yes.
Mr. DeJarme,
Yes.
Mr. Crandall, Mrs.
Yes.
Albagore,
Yes.
and Mr. Cordone.
Yes.
Would someone move item 6.09?
Move it.
Move it.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Mrs. Perry, I am a yes.
Mrs. Lyons,
Yes.
Mrs. Cooper,
Yes.
Mr. DeJarme,
Yes.
Mr. Crandall,
Yes.
Mrs. Albagore,
I'm gonna abstain.
and Mr. Cordone.
Yes.
Item 0.10.
Move it.
Second.
Discussion? Mrs. Perry, I'm a yes.
Mrs. Lyons,
Yes.
Mrs. Cooper,
Yes.
Mr. DeJarme,
Yes.
Mr. Crandall,
Yes.
and Mrs. Albagore.
Yes.
And I'm a yes.
Sorry, Mr. Cordone.
That's okay.
My people looking over.
Board Forum, Mr. Crandall, would you start us off, please?
Oh, sure. Why not? I thank everybody for doing an excellent job. I think things are going to go well. I hope. I want to say, Betsy, you have done a fantastic job. My sons loved you as a principal at Lanigan. You've always been very fair and honest with everyone, and we are truly going to miss you. And I think that's it.
Mr. DeJarme?
Yes. Am I muted? No. Just want to say thank you, Betsy, and good luck. You are going to be missed. Thank everyone for all the hard work in getting the school year off to a good start. And that's it.
Mrs. Cooper?
So I wanted to ask a quick question about the PD first for the upcoming dates in September. I know that we're rolling out the new app, which I'm really excited about. Are we going to be focusing any PD on getting teachers used to the app and also the new Blackboard so they're able to use that moving forward?
Yes, we actually talked about that with our PD committee today. So Mr. Lisi, you want to add something?
Sure, I can add something to that. So there was some confusion about what Blackboard actually is. So Blackboard typically, for the past couple of decades has been a learning management system, but they've expanded their services quite a bit. And now they're in the website business and communications business and so on. So we only use Blackboard for that purpose, for communications.
Okay.
So Blackboard is our website, it's our app and so on. Our teachers won't necessarily need to be trained in that. I mean, it's a website, and the app we're really using primarily for push notifications and news. So I think folks will catch on to that fairly quick.
Will our teachers be able to use that for push notifications? I mean, a lot of teachers were using the Remind before, so will they be, what I'm asking, will be they trained in that so they're able to send out that information?
Yeah, it's a good question. So eventually, what we ran into is there's a whole lot going on, and there's a lot on our teachers' backs right now. So didn't want to throw in something new right now. Bad timing. So we're going to stick with Remind temporarily until we find the right time to transition folks over to the app. So just trying to be conscious of their time and efforts at this point.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Welcome.
And then lastly, Mrs. Connors, I adore you and I hold you in the highest regard, not only for your service with the city school district, but your dedication to us, your dedication to the family. You mean so much to so many of our families, and we are sad to see you go and leave the district, and we hope you come back to visit very often, but we also hope you enjoy your retirement that is well deserved. And that is it for me.
Mr.
Thank you.
Cordone.
I just wanted to, echo the comments made otherwise by everyone. Congratulations, Mrs. Connors on her retirement. A special thanks to all of the administrators and our staff. I know this is a heavy in a short period of time to get ready. I mean, those of us that are in the field appreciate it all the more. So I just want to thank you all for your work in getting, paying attention to the kids, keeping the focus on students and what's best for them. I'm wondering about a couple of things, and I think I referenced it in the parent forum that I attended last week, but, we focused a little bit on the class of 2020 because they didn't have a commencement. We're starting 2021 that didn't have a junior prom. They had it rescheduled and it was canceled. And God knows when and if their senior year and their junior year will kind of be reconciled and recovered. All those things that we were able to appreciate when we were their age. And I'm just wondering, if the board can continue to be updated on those plans to kind of give them the best experience that we want for all of those students in the class of 2021. And I'm also wondering about, as we know that Sam May has been busy, but it reminded me of the fact that there needs to be his successor selected. And when will that happen? I know that's probably on lower end for Mrs. Parker's, but I'm just wondering, where that will be on the radar for her and the high school. And just to be thinking about things like school or creating a yearbook that, what they might be used to or expecting. So I'm just wondering if we can kind of be updated about the thinking and the committees that do that kind of work, if that can kind of reach the board and our families so that they have an understanding that, it is on, we're doing our best and our plates are full, but we want to make sure that, like I said, our all of our students are, they're experiencing every respect. Thank you.
Dave, just to the one question, there'll have to be a referendum vote put on when we do our budget. I believe Mrs. Abelgore would, every 2 years, we have to put it up to a vote.
Yes.
About a student representative. So when we do our next budget, that has to happen before.
So we can't select.
Correct. That has to happen.
So
we can.
I don't want to belabor that here, but that means that if the referendum is in May,
No, we can still select
we can
a new
do it.
student.
then the high school has a month. Oh, okay.
We have to
Right.
put out every them as
That was kind of my
board
point, and I
member,
appreciate
but- Go ahead.
I just didn't want it lost was my only point, that I know that, we valued it as a board, that having the student voice. And I just didn't want us to lose that.
No, that was a really good question because that was part of my, I was going to mention that this evening as well because I I know we're going to want to make sure we figure out how that junior in waiting happens, because it could be a virtual student. So we have to make sure we're getting the communications out to our virtual kids as well. And then if we reach out to Sam to see if he's still interested in joining us for our being the senior member.
Yeah, and I know that. And he benefited from attending meetings when he wasn't the student rep. So he had that opportunity, which he took advantage of. So I just wanted to make sure it was still there. That's all, Mrs. Griffin.
Mrs. Abelgore, go ahead.
All right. A couple of quick things that, and maybe this has been said, I know I missed a little bit in the beginning, but I had a specific question from a parent asking about the specifications of masks, meaning can their students wear bandanas and or the neck gaiters, or are we looking at just face masks for that requirement?
What we're looking at is your more traditional masks. There's actually information coming out, some research that just came out that bandanas are not necessarily protective because they're open at the bottom. And so there are some issues with respect to that. And there's also some issues with the gaiters. What we're recommending is that we follow the more traditional masks that are out there. It could be cloth masks, paper masks, and such. That was the direction from our doctor.
So you'll make sure that gets out to parents before the first day of.
Oh yeah, absolutely. In fact, with the mask guidance, I was looking to see with the mask break guidance, we actually have another document that goes along with that as well, that outlines that better. So yes, absolutely.
Okay. And I was going to ask you about the breaks. Are we still working on what that looks like for mask breaks?
Actually, if you go to our reopening plan, the mask breaks are listed in our plan. Let me see if I can actually, yeah, they're listed on our plan. Let me just take a quick peek. Maybe I can quickly
well, I know
show
we're updating them periodically, so there was a question that was brought to my attention, so I just wanted to put it out there for you this evening.
So if you look at our website on our plan, it actually looks like this: mask break guidelines. What is a mask break? What are providing mask breaks and such? So this is actually, I believe, on our reopening plan. I looked before the meeting and it was there. So hopefully it's still there. So I just wanted to show you that yes, it's there with the guidance, and so it's part of the reopening plan, and we'll continue to add those types of things in, because that's a frequently asked question as well.
Okay. I have a question for Mr. Lisi. This is actually a question that would stem from the class of 2020. Are we any closer to getting those class flash drives of their graduation out to them? Because I've heard a couple. We
are. So yeah, we're trying to get the data that you could fit on them is more than what fits on the drives we purchased. So we're trying to condense that down a little bit. So we had to do some work to get those done, but yes.
All right. Just asking, because I know a few of our seniors have started their next adventure already. So
yep, I hear you.
More to come. So, and lastly, to Mrs. Connors, it has been such a pleasure to work on both sides of the table with you, and for you to be there when I look so lost and know it, and just say, Mrs. Avigor, what are you thinking? You are truly a gem. You are so there for our children, and you are going to be missed. So enjoy your retirement, and hopefully we'll run into each other out there on the street sometime.
Thank you.
That is it, Mrs. Griffin.
Thank you. Lynn.
Well, one question. Are we going to do training for the substitute teachers?
Jerry, do you want to comment? I saw it's actually on the PowerPoint we listed. We are doing training. Is that?
That is correct. We have a group coming together on August 31st to finish the outline of what needs to be in that training. That includes teachers, principals, and some of our clerical staff who work directly with organizing subs. So they will come together and help us to finish that outline, and we will bring subs. We will have training for subs also that first week before they come to work with our students.
Thank you. And I want to say thank you to everybody that has worked hard to get us to where we are today. I realize it's been really a hard job to educate our children during these crazy times. And I just want you to know that I do appreciate you all. And Betsy, thank you very much. Not only will you be missed here, but I hope that you keep your foot in the door. And I know you're a grandma, and I know that your grandkids will come here too. So I know your participation will never leave us. But thank you very much for all you've done.
Thanks.
I'm done.
Okay, so I want to start out with thanking you, Brian, for your videos and stepping out of your comfort zone, and for all those people that got behind you and pushed. It was a good thing. Secondly, I want to thank everyone that's had anything at all to do with our reopening efforts, whether you are readying our buildings and facilities, whether you're planning how we're picking our kids up, whether you're planning on how teaching and learning is going to take place. I know that everyone has been thinking a lot, and the closer we get to reopening, people are thinking almost nonstop about how it's going to work and how they're going to contribute the best that they can. And I am grateful for every one of you. Betsy Connors. This is really hard, and I'm going to get a little maudlin. But I was there for your beginning. I watched you as a kindergarten teacher. And as a new board member, I got acquainted with you right away because quite often when there was a committee, you were one of those people that said, pick me. And you were up in front of the board often. And you went from kindergarten teacher very rapidly into administration. And you transitioned beautifully. And you never lost your commitment or your energy, your passion. It just grew, if that's possible. And you always had a lot of passion, but it grew and it grew and it grew. And I was always amazed and appreciative that you belong to our district. And for that, I guess I still thank Mike Egan every day for his foresight for choosing you to come here. I don't know if he had to woo you very hard or not, but he did really well. And our many students, many families, and the Fulton community benefited by Betsy Connors coming to Fulton to spend her career. And I am better for having worked with you. I am better for having known you. And you had a significant role in helping educate me so that I was a better board member. And I want to thank you for that because that was no easy task in the early years. I thank you for absolutely being understanding and supportive of people that ask questions. It took a long time for people to figure out that questions are a good thing. And you were very helpful in conveying that understanding in the community. I wish you everything that you want for your retirement, for you and your family. And again, as a grandparent like Lynn, I understand the need that you need to free up some time for those grandchildren. It's a very special role. So again, I wish you well. I hope that I run into you. I hope that we stay in contact. You are a very important person to me, as you are to many other people. And I'm going to stop there because I need a tissue. But I want you to be. I hope it's just a lot of good stuff for you and your family. And thank you.
Thank you to all of you. Appreciate it. And a pleasure to serve our community. So thank you.
All right.
And hopefully someday we'll be able to have an appropriate retirement party for you.
Item 7.02. Would someone move it?
Move it.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion? Mrs. Perry, I'm a yes.
Mrs. Albagore,
Yes.
Mrs. Lyons,
Yes.
Mr. Cordone,
Yes.
Mrs. Cooper,
Yes.
Mr. Crandall,
Yes.
Mr. DeJorme.
Yes.
To our public or anyone that's out there that happens to be watching this evening, I thank you on behalf of the board for joining us. I really am amazed by the number of people I'm learning that do watch. I didn't know that we were that interesting, but I'm glad. I'm really glad for that. That's been one of the silver linings in this whole COVID mess. I'm going to ask the board a 5-minute break. You think that'll do it, folks? We can take 5 minutes. We need to take 5 minutes for ourselves. We're going to enter into our executive session and conduct that business. We'll come back out of executive session and close the meeting when we are through. So have a great evening, folks, and I'll see y'all in 5 minutes. Item 7.02, someone move it.
Move it.
Second.
Okay, second,
Me, I second.
Tim. Okay, and we came out at 10:29. Boy, I gotta do my job right.
Yeah, but what time did we go in?
8:23.
Thank you.
Gosh, Fallon, I love you. You're so good. All right, so all those in favor, raise your hand. I'm gonna count hands. Okay, it's complete. Thank you all. Have a great evening.
Good night.
Good night.
Night all.
Thanks for everyone's
Good
patience.
night.
That's thank
Bye,
you.
Betsy.